सुनील पवारचं इथं recording? Sure. अरे वो बोबड़े something. Mute. Hi. हेलो आवाज मैं दिख नहीं रही हूँ यहाँ पर हेलो गुड मॉर्निंग ऑल
Good morning, madam.
shall we start sir?
Good morning.
Kirti Mahajan ma'am, are you there? Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning ma'am.
Good morning.
Madam, we can start now, madam.
Yes sir. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode in the series of national seminars on science and technology and national education policy, which began on from 8 February.
तिथले हेड होते ते तर मला म्हणे तू बाहेर खा मी भेटू देतो ते असे बसले ते तसे बसले
Hello, please
म्यूट रखो
mute.
मैडम, सभी का
हाँ.
म्यूट रखो.
बाकी म्यूट कर दो. The National e-seminar on Science and Technology began on 8th February. It was inaugurated by Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gondwana University, Gadchiroli. I'm your host, Dr. Nahida Beg, convener of this National e-seminar, Associate Professor in Physics and Coordinator IQAC. This National e-seminar is being held with the intention to make students, faculty members, and research scholars aware of advancement in science and technology and national education policy. So let us start with lighting of lamp and the blessings of Almighty. I welcome all the distinguished guests, faculty members, students, participants in this seminar, which is organized by Department of Physics. Today, we have with us our patron, Honorable Ashok Jitode Sir, Secretary Chanda Shikshan Prasarak Pandal. Welcome, sir. We have the dynamic and inspiring principal of our college, Dr. M. Subhas sir. Welcome, sir. We have the head of the department, Professor Dr. K.C. Patil sir, Department of Physics, and our guest, resource persons, Professor Dr. Kirti Mahajan ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. And the resource person, Professor Dr. Santosh M. Bobre sir. I welcome once again everyone in this seminar. I would like to now invite Dr. M. Subhas sir to welcome Honorable Dr. Ashok Jitode sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. I myself welcoming Dr. M. Subhas sir, the principal and organizer of this seminar. Welcome, sir. I would like to invite Dr. M. Subhas sir to welcome our first resource person, Dr. Kirti Mahajan ma'am. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now I would like to welcome our second resource person, Dr. Santosh Bobre sir. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Professor Dr. K.C. Patil sir, Head Department of Physics and Vice Principal of Science Faculty, to present his welcome address. Over to K.C. Patil sir.
Hello. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our today's webinar. I, Dr. Kundan C. Patil, Vice Principal Science Faculty and Head Department of Physics. First of all, welcome our inspiration guide, Dr. Ashok Bhau Jitode, Secretary Chanda Shikshan Prasarak Mandal. Our dynamic, most energetic principal, sir, Dr. M. Subhas, and give special thanks to him for motivating us to organize this webinar for the benefit of students, staff, researchers, and society. I also welcome our today's resource person, respected Dr. Kirti Mahajan and Dr. Santosh Bobre, and all my respected teacher, friends, and students from various regions across the country. I must thank you all for sparing the time to join us today as we are going to know about the national education policy from our resource person, Dr. Kirti Mahajan, and the new emerging topic in the development of science and technology, that is oxide semiconductors for transparent electronics application from my dear young dynamic researcher, teacher friend, Dr. Santosh Bobde, who did his PhD from IIT Bombay and postdoc in South Korea. Dear friends, as we know that Government of India has introduced new education policy, and the main purpose behind the new education policy is to help the students to develop scientific temper from young age. Also to set up the new quality of higher educational institutes, which will be at par with the global standards. Also, we know that the Government of India has notified the new semiconductor policy and announced 76,000 crore package on 22nd December 2021 to incentivize companies to set up the chip manufacturing and design facilities in India. Therefore, in future, there will be plenty of job opportunities for the students, researchers who wish to work in this area. By considering, therefore, a huge importance of this field and career prospectus, I specially requested to our resource person, Dr. Santosh Bobde, to deliver on the topic oxide semiconductors for the transparent electronics application. So stay tuned to learn more about it. Dear friends, the important thing I would like to tell you that we will be running a live session and live questions and answers at the end of both technical session. So if you have any question, then you can ask it and get your idea clear. Also, if you miss anything, don't worry. We will make the materials available to you on demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving a brief introduction of this seminar. Today, we have with us our principal, Dr. M. Subhas, sir. So now I would like to invite Dr. M. Subhas, sir, to address the gathering. Over to Dr. M. Subhas, sir.
Okay. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes. सब म्यूट करो बोलो मैडम आवाज आ रहा है डिस्टर्बेंस very good morning one and all today our guest and my advisor Dr. Ashok Jutale sir secretary Chandra Shikshan Prasarak Mandal
अरे चेंज करो सर आवाज नहीं सर प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ सर
अभी आ रहा है क्या आवाज
हाँ हाँ सर अभी कंटिन्यू
very good morning one and all I welcome today our guest Dr. Ashok Jutale secretary Chandra Shikshan Prasarak Mandal and our board two speakers today with us Dr. Kirti Mahajan professor IMED in Bharatiya Vidyapit Pune and another speaker Santosh Bobde sir professor and Department of Physics IP University Madhya Pradesh and our chairman Board of Studies Physics Department Physics Dr. Tombre sir Dr. Manik Madam, Dr. Thakre Madam, and Dr. K.C. Patil sir, Dr. Anna Beg, madam, and all the participants and my dear friends. I'm very happy that today our physics department is organizing as a seminar, e-seminar. As you know that last 4 days, this is the 4th day we are continue taking the seminar in subject wise. On 8th we have taken on subject chemistry, and 9th we have taken the botany, and yesterday we have taken zoology. Today we are going to take the physics department. Today we are chosen two topics. One is related with the subject, another is the common subject. That is Kirti Mahajan madam is going to talk on national education policy, and Bobde sir is going to talk on physics topic. And I think both the topics are very important for us, and all the participants get the more benefit from this seminar. As you know that our college is the oldest college, and our department is oldest physics department in this area. It is established in 1958, and we have PG also. And recently we got the permission to start the higher learning center from Gondwana University. Yesterday we are inaugurated our research center also. So I'm very happy to inform you in this occasion. And I wish you all the best. And I declare today seminar is open. And if you have any doubts after the speakers talk, you can discuss with this Kirti Mahajan madam and Bobde sir. And once again, I congratulate whole the Department of Physics for giving the opportunity to say something in this occasion. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Beg madam.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and introduction. We are always indebted to your support. Thank you so much, sir. Let us move on to the first technical session. And before beginning the session, let me introduce the resource person for this session, Dr. Kirti Mahajan. And for that, we would like to invite Principal Sir to welcome Kirti Mahajan ma'am again. Thank you, sir. So let me now introduce Dr. Kirti Mahajan ma'am. Dr. Kirti Mahajan is working as professor and director at International Student Center and Students Welfare, Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune, director of online education EVBVA project, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, director, Department of Students Welfare, Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune, ex-joint director, Academic Staff College, and the coordinator of European Union Research Collaboration and Funding Programs. She did BSc, MCA, MCM, Advanced Program in HRM from IIM Lucknow, PhD in Computer Application and Management. On the professional front, she is a dedicated professional with strong knowledge of computer science and its applications, strong project management skills. She has around 22 years of experience of working in the field of education as teaching faculty, trainer, and administrator and policymaker. She has expertise in the field of cybersecurity and cybercrimes, threats, practices, and solutions, computer networks, designing, and its implementations, human-computer interaction and usability. She is also working as chairman, International Human Rights Associates, under the legislation of Government of India for Pune district. She has several awards to her credit. She is the recipient of Best Panelist Award in Cybersecurity India Conclave 2017, New Delhi, India's leading ICT media publication on February 3, 2017. She was awarded with Individual Achievement Award for Economic and Social Development by Economic Growth Society of India, Panji, Goa in 2015. She was awarded with International Achievers Award for Excellence, Education Excellence by International Achievers Foundation, New Delhi in 2014 at Bangkok, Thailand. She is the recipient of Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence given by Indian Economic Development and Research Association, New Delhi, in 2013. She is also awarded with Excellence in Indian Education Award by the association under Indian Society of Concept Management, and in the recognition of excellence in service and commitment in the field of management science in 2013. She is the recipient of Teacher of the Year 2011-12 award by Bharati Vidyapith, which is a deemed university, Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship Development for all round performance in the year. She is also felicitated for excellence achieved in academics from Bharati Vidyapith. She is approved research guide for PhD programs in Bharati Vidyapith Pune. She has published around 50 research papers in national and international journals, and she has 3 patents to her credit. She has 3 major international projects of about crores of rupees to her credit. So today we have with us a versatile personality who is going to speak on the topic national education policy. I invite you, ma'am, to start your talk. Over to Kirti Mahajan, ma'am.
Thank you, Beg ma'am. I'm going to share my screen with you all.
Ma'am, we'll stop sharing from here.
Yes, please.
Just a minute. Stop.
Able to see?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Yeah, visible.
It's visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, madam.
Yeah. So warm greeting to all of you.
You can make a slideshow if you want.
Yeah, sure. Yes. So very warm greetings to one and all present over here to listen me today. First of all, I just wanted to say thanks to the organizers, conveners, and principal of this college. Many times we had the opportunity to have an interaction with you all on different topics, and this is the very important topic now. Today's session, that is the national education policy. So, what exactly we have to understand in this policy, which we will cover in today's session. So, NEP 2020 is presented with the respect of higher education, which we will cover in today's session. This session is sequenced in following fashion for better clarity of the audience, because audience is having lot of question when this new education policy came in existence. First question. First question comes in mind that why this policy came in existence. So we have to understand the background, aims, and problem in the existing policy. Then we have another question in mind: what is the new policy? So what exactly the general reforms happen, and revisions and visions of the new policy we have to understand. Then next question come in mind: which are the areas change? So school and higher education sector comparison we have to see in the new education policy. Then we have to see how to align with the policy. So step of implementation of this policy in education system we have to understand. Then when should it be achieved? So time span given by the government of India that we have to achieve through the different steps, which we will cover in a short, and where we are right now and where we have to go. So strength and scopes of higher education institutes and university we have to see, and according to that what government of India expecting after implementation of NEP 2020, we have to concentrate on that. So this session explain the key perspectives of the National Education Policy 2020, maintaining the neutrality which is available in the policy right now, and no points in favor or the against of the policy has been discussed here. So all of you know that Union Cabinet has approved the new education policy, and Ministry of Human Resource Development MHRD has now been renamed as Ministry of Education. So announcement was made by Ramesh Pokhriyal and Union Minister Rakesh Javadekar at the National Media Center on July 29th, 2020. So the idea behind changing the name is to give the clear definition to the ministry's work. That's why name change, Ministry of Education. So national education policy, significant to note that the new national education policy has been drafted by committee headed by former ISRO chief K. Kasturi Rangan and replaced the one formulated in 1986. After a long time difference and implementation of the old policy replaced with the new policy and modified, it was modified once in 1992. So after 34 years new education policy came in existence and lot of changes happen in the education policy which is beneficial to the society and in large to the population, those who are in an education system. The draft policy was released last year and has undergone several deliberations since then, including the latest change on making it ready for education system suited to COVID-19 world. So it's came in existence in 2020, but still we are working on it and we are trying how we are going to implement this in an actual system. Because of COVID-19 situation, we are delayed with the implementation process of NEP 2020. So National Education Policy 2020 will be bring transformational reforms in the school and education system in the country. So with the aim to make India a global knowledge superpower. So main intention behind this, India need to be a global knowledge superpower center. So if we want to go towards that, we have to see how we are going to implement this national education policy. Under the iconic leadership of Honorable Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the national education policy brings the focus back on education and learning. So till date, we are just talking about the education, 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 but now we have to see education with learning abilities. Okay, so only education will not play the important role. So with education, you have to go with the learning habits. So thereby making it desirable that the Ministry of Human Resource Development be re-designated as the Ministry of Education. So dedicated ministry is there to implement all these factors. So India will emerge as a superpower of knowledge while stepping towards uh, uh, Shrestha Bharat mission, which is introduced by our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi ji. For the first time, students are kept as focal point for entire policy. So education system is not focused on the university, not focusing on the institute, not focusing on the individual. They are focusing on the students only. So how students are going to benefit it with this policy, they have to see into that. So through this change, so transformational changes for the student, making them adapt to the skills for 21st century at the both schools and college levels. So for me, the top key changes which happens in the new education policies are: first change, early childhood care education. What exactly are early childhood education is that previously we used to talk on 10+2 model of schooling. Now we have to talk on a 15 years model, that is 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So what is difference in that? Previously it's a 12 years and now it's a 15 years. So many questions came in a mind that now we have to spare 15 years in a school and then we will go on a college. No, we have to start our education at the age of 3 years. So when kid become a 3 year old, he has to go to Anganwadi, or we are calling it's a preschool, and 12 years in a school plus pre-primary school 3 years, it will go around 15 years. So children in age of 3 to 5 will created to buy a current system, that is the Anganwadi system or preschool, and age 5 to 6 will be included with the schooling system in a seamlessly integrated manner. So government of India is thinking that student with the age of 3 is having more grasping power, and most of the brain area is developed in this age. So without wasting that age, they are trying to prepare the student from the age of 3, and with the play, only play and enjoy the activity, they can learn the different things in the school. So new curricular and pedagogy structure implemented for this area. So with the emphasis on early childhood care and education, 10+2 structure of school curricula is to be replaced by 5+3+3+4 curriculum structure corresponding to ages 3 to 8. Next stage, that is 3 to 8, it's a 5. Then 8 to 11 plus 3, 11 to 14 plus 3, and 14 to 18 year respectively. That is the model become 5+3+3+4. So this model will be student centric model. So NEP 2020 constitutes this model 5+3+3+4 and reconfigure the previous model, that is 10+2 academic structure, into the 4+3+3+2. That structure we will discuss afterwards. Then a student will now enter into formal education at the age of 3 only, because their education start at the age of 3. So this first stage, first 5 years, we are calling it a foundation state. Preschool or foundation state comprises 3 years of preschool education and 2 years of lower primary schooling, that is the standard 1 and standard 2. Second stage, it's for 3 years. We are calling it's a preparatory school or medium, cover grade 3, 4 and 5. Then we will go to the third stage, that is 3 years again. Middle school level we are calling it, and covers grade 6, 7 and 8. In this middle school, government implemented internship pattern. So some kind of skill activity they are implementing in this stage. So if a student is completing his education or schooling and coming to the 6th or 7th or 8th and finishing his middle school, he will have some skills in hand. So with this skill, he can perform some activity and earn if he needed to earn something and fulfill his day-to-day basis requirement. Third last stage in a schooling, that is a high school or secondary school we are calling, would prepare student for university education. So right now what happened, we are going to conduct the entrance examination. Students are appearing for the examination, they are passing the examination, and they are giving choice. They want to go for BCA, BBA, BTech or some kind of BSc programs or some other programs. But now the education system have changed. Nobody will go with the specific specialization programs. After completion of their phase 4 years higher secondary schools, they will go with the single degree program. Okay, 4-year degree program they have implemented. We will cover later. Then holistic multidisciplinary education system is implemented. What they want to cover in that? So policy predicts a broad-based multidisciplinary holistic education at the undergraduate level. So what I told you right now, your graduation will go for 4 years. So what do you mean by 4 years? The undergraduate degree will be either 3 or 4 years duration, and with multiple exit option within this period with appropriate certification. If after 12th you are taking admission in graduation, if you are there for 1 year, you will get the certificate. Okay. And if some problem is there and you want to leave the education, and after 10 years you will come back, then education system or any institute will not deny to continue your education from the second year. So after 1 year certificate, you will take the admission in a second year. If you complete 2 years of education, you will get the certificate diploma of the education. If you complete 3 years, then graduation certificate you will get. And if you complete 4 years, you will get the certificate of graduation with research. So what is benefit in this graduation with research? After graduation, if you go for PG program, there you have two options. If you will go for 1 year, then you should have the 4-year bachelor's degree. And if you go for 2 years, if you have a 3 years bachelor degree, then you can go for a 2 years. Means your post graduation and graduation will be for 5 years only. Just the way last time 3+2 model was there, model will be same. But if you go with a 4-year graduation degree, PG will be for 1 year. And if you go with the 3-year graduation degree, then your PG will be for 2 years. Okay. And 4th year of your graduation will be a specific research oriented syllabus which will cover the multidisciplinary holistic education type of things, which will give you more confidence in which area you will go for your higher studies. Then next point which is important in this policy, that is an academic bank credit. Okay, so what exactly ABC? ABC shall be established which would digitally store the academic credits earned from various recognized education institute. If I took admission in one college and completed my 1 year and took a certificate and go out for work, after some years, if I am located in another city and where I want to complete my other studies, then same credit which I earn in a last 1 year when I was studying in the particular college, that credit will be carried forward to my record. So that happens, and that's why we have to maintain the academic bank of credits in all level. So this is the just a account of the individual where they can see how many credits, what kind of things they have on their profile. So on all discussion, we have to understand what is the way forward and how will the government implement this policy. So as the Honorable Prime Minister has guided to follow the mantra Niti se Ranniti. So this will be guiding principle for implementation of national education policy, and every page of every word of policy is important for us in terms of implementation. So vision of the national education policy 2020, we have to go through it and we have to thoroughly examine and understand what exactly the importance for the implementation. So chapter 27 implementation para 27.1 and 27.3 in the policy document briefly discuss the implementation plan in order to ensure that the policy is implemented and its spirit and intent through the consistency in planning and synergy across all bodies involved in education. So this is the very important things. Each and every individual part of the education system has to perform and put their efforts to implement this policy on a ground level. So the policy will be implemented in a phase manner. So a detailed implementation strategy will be developed in the consultation with the all states and universities for implementation of national education policy. Recently, Government of India already instructed the university to prepare their plan, how they are going to implement the national education policy in their university. And we have to give the ideas what kind of the policy points are there and how we are mapping these points with our existing structure and implementation and everything. So new example which comes after this work, that collaborative federalism. So this is the main important point where we have to work to do the implementation of this national education policy. Then next question came in mind, that what would be the short term and long term impact due to its implementation. So we know that whatever comes in existence, some have a positive and negative things also. Many people having a fear what education policy is there, how it is beneficial to the student, how faculty member are benefited or they are in a loss, or so many things. But whatever happen, it's giving you the good opportunity as a student as well as a faculty member, and it come up with the short term and long term impacts, but we have to see how we are going to implement it in our premise. With the National Education Policy 2020 coming in effects, Honorable Prime Minister proclaimed that the policy emphasis on making job creator instead of job seeker. So they are creating employment, and just unemployment people without skill, they are not able to survive. So they want to remove this drawback from the country. So through the policy hoping to transform education and putting a significant thrust on learning about how to think critically and solve the problem, how to be creative and multidisciplinary, how to be innovate, adopt, absorb the new material in the novel and changing field. You all are the science students. You have to see how your study will go with the multidisciplinary aspect, how you will be innovative, how you can do the research, what kind of new things you can come up and present it in the market. All these things, new education policy from the age of 3, they are creating people, they will think at each every stage of their life with this kind of things. So pedagogy is expected to evolve to make education more experimental, holistic, integrated, inquiry driven, discovery oriented, learner centered, discuss based, flexible, and of course enjoyable. If you are not enjoying what you are learning, then that is no use. So these all the important points. On basis of this, we have to design our curriculum. Okay, so whoever comes, he is having the ability to go for physics, he is having liking to go for a chemistry, whatever it may be, is the areas of liking, he can go there. But if he is completing graduation, he will not get the specialization physics or something. Only graduate individual with this kind of skills this person is having, and we have to see how we are going to implement. So pedagogy, whichever we are implementing in future with the help of National Education Policy, it should be experimental oriented, holistic, integrated, inquiry driven. Means curiosity should be there. Whatever learning is there, student should create the curiosity angle in that. Discovery oriented research angles we have to implement. Learning oriented, अगर बच्चा पढ़ना नहीं चाहता है, how you will making them learner. Discuss based peer discussions, peer groups you can establish. In that peer group you can start the discussion. If multiple personality comes on a discussion with the same topic, different things come out, and we will enjoy what we are learning, and that is the flexibility come in that. So this is the very important part in the implementation. So new curriculum will include basic art, craft, humanities, games, sports, fitness, language, literature, culture, and values. In addition to science, mathematics, to develop all aspects and capability of the learner. So till date, what happens? Students are going for science. Whole day, 24 days, they are just going with the books. They are learning things on a Google. They are not able to talk. They are not able to craft. They are not able to play the sports games. Fitness is very negligible area for them. So now government is expecting students and community should be a fit community and with the proper knowledge of the area. So NEP aim to build the characters, enable learner to be ethical, rational, compassionate, caring, and while at the same time prepare them for gainful, fulfilling employment. So in a current situation, what happened? We have the mark-based evaluation. So if a student is appearing for the test, how much marks he is getting, on the basis of that, we are seeing this is the person who is having above 80%, and he is shortlisted for the placement activity and all the things. But new education policy, what gives that you have to learn in the community. Okay, so you have to respect with it, respect each other, and you have to maintain the ethical value. So if in a peer, if system comes with that, your evaluation will not done by your teacher. Your evaluation will done by your friends. So who is learning with you in your class? So in that case, what happen? You will have good rapport with your friends, and in that case, these friends will give you the actual remark whatever you are gaining in the learning stages. So instead of jealousy and all these things, the evaluation 360-degree evaluation will happen in between, and that is genuine and reasonable to fulfill the employments. The gap between the current state of learning outcomes and what is required will be bridged through the undertaking major reforms in this area that bring the highest quality, equity, and integrity into the system for early childhood care and education through the higher education, whatever it may be, from age of 3 to the age till that where you are learning. So long term aims will be for India to have an education system by 2040, and that is the second to none, with the equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners regardless of social and economic background. So if you are rich, if you are poor, you have a rights to take a education, and this new education policy is giving that rights to you. And another important part which we are looking in this education policy, the age 6 till the age 6 you can have your mother tongue in the learning. Okay, so most of the time what happen, many people are not comfortable to understand and express their views in English or other higher language. So what government understood that instead of giving the English as a basic language for learning, they can choose their local language. They can understand the concept properly, and after 6, if they want to go with study in a English language, they can choose the English and complete their higher studies. So NEP lays emphasis on a teacher education and how this will achieve. It's improving teacher education. So the new education policy strongly emphasizes the critically of teacher education, welcoming the legacy of Acharya Deva Bhava. So this is the important where the teacher has to play very important role in the education system, and this education policy also given a lot of emphasis on the teacher quality and the development aspects. So teacher education is vital in creating a pool of schools teachers that will shape the next generation. So as I told you that the age, from the age of 3 only brain is starting the development. So government of India started giving education from the age of 3. So government is taking care of your first 3 years, age 3, 4, 5, and then they are giving students to some kind of challenging things which help them to learn the technical things in this area. So teacher will be facilitated with the qualities of reforming, transforming, and performing at the same time. So whoever will be teacher, he should have the qualities of reforming, transforming, and performing. Okay, so 3 qualities if a teacher is maintaining, then he will survive in the new education policy. Otherwise, by 2030, most of the faculty member will be out from the education system. They have to keep a track on their development, and they have to prove their personality in the reforming, transforming, and performing pattern. So up to date with the 21st century needs, teacher preparation is actively that will require not only multidisciplinary perspectives and knowledge, the formation of dispositions and values and development of practice under the best mentor is needed. So renovation of teacher education is required in this stage, and in adherence to this 4-year integrated stage, specific subject specific bachelors of education will be offered at multidisciplinary institution would be the way forward. So if you want to become a teacher, you have to go with the 4 years bachelor degree. We are calling it a B.Ed. And
Excuse
in
me,
this
ma'am.
specific, yes.
आपका स्लाइड शो जो है वो ओनली फर्स्ट स्लाइड इज विजिबल।
Why?
आपके इसमें फर्स्ट स्लाइड ही विजिबल हो रहा है।
मेरे यहाँ से तो रन हो रहा है।
आप स्लाइड्स चेंज नहीं हो रहे शायद।
जस्ट
फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो रहा।
हाँ
हाँ, अभी
ओके
हो रहा है।
नाउ इट्स देयर।
नहीं, आपने मुझे वो इसमें किया था ना,
नहीं
स्लाइड
मतलब
शो
किसी
करने के लिए जो बोला था ना, उसमें मेरा जा रहा है आगे, और वो बंद
अच्छा
करके
अच्छा मे
यहाँ
बी
से मैं
द
मैन्युअल
नेट
कर
इज
पा रही
स्लो देयर। हाँ
हूँ। ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ओके मैम कंटिन्यू प्लीज।
Yes. So teacher education, it's important, and as I told you, teacher has to maintain the qualities like reforming, transforming, and performing at the same time. And he should have the up-to-date knowledge as per 21st century, and they cannot run from the ICT's implementation in education system. They have to be more convenient to use this technology, because new education policy is going towards the online education, distance education. So intention behind that, each and every individual of this country can take the education. So wherever he is having, he is not able to travel, attend the classes, so intention of technology use in education is the only giving education at remote places. A new and comprehensive national curriculum framework for teacher education will introduce and formulated by NCTE in consultation with NCERT. So it will be a central regulatory body which will control all the education happenings in the state and national level. By 3030, the minimum degree qualification for teaching will be 4-year integrated B.Ed degree that teaches a range of knowledge, contents, and pedagogy, and includes strong practicum training in the form of in the form of student-centric or student teaching at local schools. So nowadays, what happened, if I completed my graduation, if I completed my PG, if I wish to go and become as a teacher, I can apply against the advertisement, appear for the interview. If I crack interview, I appointed as associate professor, assistant professor, professor, and higher grades. But now in a new education policy, these kind of things are removed. What they are expecting, if a person want to become a teacher, they have to go with the training which is designed by this policy. Okay, so by 3030, whoever teachers are there, they have to go with the integrated degree or 4-year degree or B.Ed. If they don't have this degree, teaching degree, then they cannot become a teacher. Okay, so there is question comes then, if existing teachers are there like me, many teachers are there, how they will survive? So we are here in this education from last 22 years. So we have gone through many processes, and we gone through the regulations of UGC, AICT, and so many bodies which is available, and they given some clear cut guidelines that if a candidate has completed his PhD in these guidelines, then he can survive. And if nobody is coming with the particular guidelines, he is not fulfilling this criteria, then he want to perform some test, eligibility test, teacher eligibility test. If he pass, then only he will become a teacher. So stringent actions will be taken against the substandard standalone teachers education institutes, and we have to go through the teacher education institute, and compulsory we have to complete 50 hours training program every year from teacher education institute. These measures will help us in developing best teacher and emerge as a global leaders. So whatever new things are there, how teaching should happen, how we can teach, what kind of techniques you can use, how you can make these students experimental, then research oriented, these kind of things will not come automatically. So you have to go with some training programs which will give you idea, and then you will implement that idea in your classroom. So most important things which new education policy also given, they declared 6% GDP. So the government has declared 6% GDP to be used for education, and how will this be done? That is important. So NEP has proposed to raise the expenditure on education to 6% of GDP. So considering the funding needs of the sector and the complexity of different categories of funding, sound diversification of the funding, both the center or state and government guaranteed loan mechanism for the institutions will be implemented. Students loan will be implemented. Then performance based matching grants released by the government. Outcome based government funding will be given to the institutions. Use of technology maximize philanthropic outreach, and we just example of it, that crowdfunding things will happen. Then facilitating legislative reforms for this. Collaborative arrangements will happen to handle this 6% in uh, contribution with private sectors in the institution creation and operation, etc. will cover in the implementation area. Further, fine tuning should be done to optimize the mobilization of funding from such avenues. So whatever funding they are doing, then some returns will come out, and then reinvestments and everything. So many things are there. We have to keep a concentration. So implementers are working continuously on that. uh, uh, because of pandemic, we are delayed in the implementation, and we are also in the thinking of lot of process of implementation in a background. Both existing and alternative mechanism requires a set of fundamental, structural and governance measures to be instituted for educational financing to attain higher level, so that quality, adequacy and equity will maintain. There will be all-round assessment of education to enable students to become a global students. Okay, so all-round assessment will be there. As I told you, the assessment will be 360-degree assessment. So don't feel that if I don't have ability to speak, if I don't have ability to write, then I will get marks with my good rapport with the teachers and all. This will not happen in new education policy. You have to perform anyhow in the all areas where assessment will happen. So 360-degree assessment will happen, and that will be your standard where you can perform and present you as a global students. So in this context, we have to see why this policy and the problem in existing policy. So, current Indian scenario with regards to employment opportunities, consider unskilled jobs are taken over by artificial intelligence, because whatever requirements are there in a company which is not fulfilled by the placement or students given by the universities or institutes. So what companies are doing, they are replacing the manpower with the artificial intelligence processes. So this is the very negative things where unemployment or unskilled jobs are come up. So they demand more skilled laborers. So skilled labor, how they will prepare? So this is the all roadmap given in a new education policy. Through that, each and every individual will become a skilled labor. So furthermore, new demand for humanities, arts and science are perceived. So with the good humanities, with the good performing abilities and with the good technical skills, I will be an individual who can work and give the my best to the society, and in particular with the area where I am employed. This has led to the revelation of that student and should learn how to learn, and they need to be creative and skill in multidisciplinary area. So learn and learn only. That is the important, how to learn and learn. So that is the only thing. We are not going and taking education only for earn. We have to learn and learn only. So a multidisciplinary area will cover, able to innovate. He is having lot of ability to see the work in a different angle. He can adapt to different things on a short time, and he can absorb the new things in a short time. That is the important, which is comes in during his tenure in the education system. For fostering those in students, the education should focus on critical thinking, problem solving, taught by discussion based, learner centric, experimental, holistic, and flexible model, which I already told you. We have to frame the curriculum on this basis. So curriculum should include basic art, craft and humanities, sports, fitness, literature, culture and values. The main aim of this policy is to create a global based education system rooted in Indian ethos. So in historical day, the ancient Indian were praised for their excellence in 64 skills. So 64 skills, they were more creative, successful, powerful due to their exposure to multiple skills. They don't that time don't have the computer, ICT based technology, Google search and these things. So life learning was that time, and it is the documented that ancient Indians praised for their excellence in 64 skills without education system. So they were more creative, successful, and powerful than us. This Indian ethos has been reflected back by the policy makes to propose an education policy that recreates such opportunity for the present generation student. So that is same things this education policy wanted to inculcate in the recent generation, and they want to create the generation with these capabilities. So proposed policy aim at the following key factors: education system that ensure equitable access to the highest quality education irrespective of social and economic background; major reforms to reduce the gap between current outcome and desirable outcome from early childhood to the education system; then empower of foundation skills, higher order thinking skills and soft skill training we need to include, and teacher at the center of these changes, best and brightest to the recruited and empowered. That will help to quality control and accountability of the institute. So major principles we have to maintain in the education system, like access, equity, quality, affordability and accountability. So all these aspects we have to include in our day-to-day activity, in a teaching learning process, or at the student level, at the leadership level, at the teachers level. And these are the main which we have to see under the aims of the policy of national education. So National Education Policy 2020 considers the following as a key problem in the existing system of the education in India. So why new education policy came? So they have to see what are the existing problems in the existing system, and they want to overcome with this existing problem. So we have to see what are the problems. Like first problem, fragmented higher education system with majority of institutions that concentrate only on one discipline, and more institutes are running with a smaller number of students. Okay, now in India, we know that how many engineering colleges are there, how many management colleges are there. They are running their specific programs. They are taking intake of 60 students and all. So this is very difficult to maintain the quality, because each and every institute is running their institute on their own. So that will not give the proper emphasis on the development of students. So many institutes are not up to the standards, and they result in a poor learning outcomes of the student. So they don't have a good teacher quality, they don't have a pedagogy structure, they don't have an infrastructure. So students are not able to learn, and they are not become a good learners. At the end of school education, students are subjected to higher education with rigid separation of disciplines that are too narrow and lead to early specialization. So this is not the age to go for a specialization. So new education policy is giving you the opportunity. So if your age is 3, what kind of things are important for you? So that will cover in that age. If your age is 20, then according to your age, your abilities will be covered. So you will get a training according to the age. So in a current situation, current education system, that is not happen. There is no equal access of higher education to all societies. So higher education, if you want to go with the good higher education, you have to run to the cities. In a rural area, you are not getting a good higher education. So lack of access to the higher education for the socially disadvantaged is the evident. So they don't want to continue this, and that's why they implemented new education policy. Lack of faculty and institution autonomy to innovate and excel in education institutions. So as I told you, each and every individual institute is having their own administration, their own autonomy, their own infrastructure and everything. There is no any standard maintenance policy. So difference happens. So in new education policy, everything will be removed. Lack of merit-based career progression of faculty and institution leader. So in a current situation, on the basis of your experience, you will get the promotions and all. But new education policy is saying that if you have a quality, if you are characteristics with good teacher, then only you will have your career progressions. So majorities of promotions are seniority based will be removed. In general, Indian economic institutions have inadequate research funding across all disciplines. Okay, it depends on the institute, it depends on the university, how they are concentrating on the development of faculty member, how they are giving the funds to the faculty member to do the research and everything. So new education policy is open with 6% GDP. In that, they are giving lot of funds to the faculty member to go for a developments. So suboptimal governance and leadership that hampers the performance of higher education institute. So governance and leadership which is in the existing institute will be replaced with the central or state institute. So this dominance will be removed in the future. Ineffective regulatory system that is not empowered to close fake institutions. So fake institution concept will go out from the market, and who is having all standards and training policies and everything aligned with the state and central training institute, that institute only will survive in the market. Large affiliated universities, more than 300 colleges with poor governance leading to poor undergraduate education. So current situation is this. So university like state universities, central universities having lot of affiliated colleges, poor governance leading to poor undergraduate education in that institutes. So this new education policy will remove this, and there will be one central university. Under that university, all colleges will work out. So there will not be a private institute, deemed university or affiliated institutes and all. There will be one institute only, and all university, private institutes and everyone will work on that single reforms. So what is the new policy general reforms happen? Uh, in discussion, I already told you in what context new policy come in existence, what is the difference in the area of curriculum, reforms happen, teacher reforms happen, institute level, what they are expecting, what is the spam for this. Now, what is the new policies thing and what important reforms happen, which we will take one by one. The new education policy focus on flexibility of curriculum to suit the needs and preferences of the learner. if as Beg madam already given my introduction to all of you, I have completed my masters in computer and second masters in human resource management, and I have a very much interest in the science, specifically in the zoology, and these are the very vague areas. They have not any connection with each other. So, new education policy is saying that whatever is your liking, according to that, you have to choose your subject. So, if I wanted, I have an interest in a zoology, I have to go and do the bachelor's in a zoology specialization. Then I have to go, if I am interested in mathematics, I have to go with the bachelor's in mathematics. But now it's a general graduation degree, in that you can choose multiple multidisciplinary subjects. Okay, so specific credit will be there. If graduation certificate is for 20 credit, then diploma is for 80 credit, and graduation is for 120 credit, and 4 years graduation is for 180 credits. So that credit, how you will earn, it depends on you. So you can have your holistic development. If you have to go for a singing, you can collect the course for that, attend the MOOCs or predefined courses, earn your credit and put it in your profile. That is ABC, Academic Bank Credit System. And you can earn your credit and earn your certificate, diploma and degree. So this is the preferences, and there should be no silos or storage tower or hierarchy between the disciplines. Okay, if I go with the BSc physics, I have to go with the physics only. So it's a storage tower. So hierarchy between disciplines, multi-disciplines will not happen. It's a single discipline hierarchy which I have to borrow, and I have to complete my graduation or post graduation, and I'm not able to concentrate on multidisciplinary growth. So in new education policy, what happened, you can combine multiple challenges together and learn.
बोलने ठाले होते
The student should be trained in a conceptual understanding and critical thinking, emphasis on ethics, human and constitutional values and life skills. As I told you that in a current system, we are evaluating the students on mark basis. But new system, you will gain your evaluation with the peers. So peer might be your colleagues in the class, might be your competitors, might be your employers, or whatever it may be. Through them, whatever assessment will come to the college, on basis of that your profile will be created. So in this learning state, what you will learn, you will gain the ethics, you will gain the humanities, you will gain the constitutional values of each other, and you will understand the life skills. That is very important. Nowadays what happened, everybody is saying I am very smart, I have a lot of knowledge, why should I go and talk with him, why should I help him? So these kind of things will be removed. So it's very transparent system will come in existence. So in that, competition is healthy competition, because you have to perform, but these kind of things, that life skills you will learn, which will remove the bad things of your area. So continue formative assessment is more emphasis than the summative assessment. And policy proposes to give respect to diversity and local context in the curriculum. So sorry. Okay, substantial investment is expected to be done for the strong public education system, and multidisciplinary education and research university will be established, and which will have the good model for multidisciplinary research, and colleges will be set up by government, at least one in each district. So now principals are told that they have created a innovation center in their college, but after some year, by 3030, the separation of these kind of centers and private center will not be there. So single model will implemented, which will give a multidisciplinary aspect for the research and development. So state multidisciplinary research center will be there, or you can call multidisciplinary education and research university will establish. So very sorry. So vision, we already gone through the national education policy. We have to light but tight. So we have to keep a light in our progression, but with the tight concept, because from age of 3 we are starting the education till where you are performing your abilities in the employment sector. So which are the areas change in education system, which we have to see, if you want to implement national education policy, so which are the area you have to concentrate, where you have to make a change. So entry into higher education would be a common aptitude test. Now we are going with the university aptitude test, GRE, GMAT, then government CAT and things. Now you have to go with a single aptitude test, and it will conduct through the National Testing Agency, NTA. So following entrance exam for the graduate and undergraduate fellowship admission would be conducted by national NTA rather than individual universities. So एक ही centralized टेस्ट होगा national testing agency के through, जिसके through after that you will go with this specialization in your bachelor's or master's. The undergraduate degree will be either 3 or 4 year, as we already discussed. Duration with multiple exist options and certification on 1 year completion. Okay, 4 year में अगर आप 1 साल करते हो, 1 year certificate will get, 2 year करते हो, diploma will get, 3 year करते हो, graduate will be there, and 4 year करते हो, graduate with research you will get. If graduate with research, you have to go with only 1 year PG program, and if you are with 3 year graduation, you have to go with 2 years PG program. Master program will be either 1 or 2 years. I already told you. Student who had completed 3 years, they have to go with 1, and completed 4 year have to go with 1, and 3 year with 2. MPhil program already removed from the system, so there will not be any MPhil kind of existence in the education system. And bachelor's and master's students can go with the PhD program directly after their bachelor's with the research, or they can go for PhD after master degree. So if you have a master with research, you can enroll for PhD program, and if you have a master degree, you can enroll for PhD program. Another change which is that is academic bank credit, which digitally stores credit earned by the student from recognized institutes. So all institutes should have on a single platform. So if a student is taking education in Bharati Vidyapeeth University, we are maintaining the record of that student, and that record is available to all. So if you want to go with the other institute for your further study, that same record carry forward to that institute for the further inputs. So degree can be awarded taking into account the credits earned from the specific institution. This changes is not mandatory for the health and professional education programs and law. So now new education policy not made a lot of changes in the health related courses and law courses, because health system is the different, and law rules and regulations also different as per the country requirement. So alignment of policy with the higher education is the important. So steps in implementation include transformation of higher education into large multidisciplinary institutes with only 3,000 or more students will learn on a single umbrella. Government is aiming for modern universities like Stanford's and MIT of US, where high quality teaching, research and community engaged are offered. So they want to implement that structure in India. Higher education institute have to decide the evolve based on their strength into either research institute universities or teaching university. So you have to define that your teachers are more research oriented, wanted to keep, or teaching oriented universities you want to. So you have to go with the liking that where you have your ability, research incentive university, teaching universities, or autonomous degree granting colleges. So all will combine together and have a single higher institution per state. Although they need to categorize into one of the three, freedom to move along continuous from one category to another. If you are in a research oriented, if you are in a teacher oriented or autonomous, you have ability to move in between. So accreditation system, now education system running behind this accreditation. Okay, NRIF, NBA, then NAC, UGC, so many things are there. So accredited system will develop different norms for all the three categories. So if your research institute norms will be different, if your autonomous, if your teaching institute norms will be different. So all institutions will be allowed to conduct online programs and open distance learning provided they are accredited to do so. If you have a permission, then only you can open this kind of courses. More open distance learning diplomas will introduce, and graduate move towards a complete academic and administrative autonomy in the education system. So as I already told you, multiple entry, multiple exist is happen. If I have a problem today, I have completed my graduation. After 10-15 years, I have completed my liabilities and I want to continue my education. Again, you can come back and continue your education as it is. So these are the things, responsibilities of the government as mentioned in the policy include what government will do for policy implementation and what institute will do in the policy, we have to see here. So as a government responsibility, National Research Foundation set up to support the research will come in action. So National Research Foundation setup will be there, which will help to grow the institution in a research area. Then National Scholarship Portal will expand to provide sufficient financial support to the people, those who are not able to pay the fees and continue their education, or these people, those who want to do the research and required for the funding. Half of the government budget will be allocated for the education of disadvantaged group. So government will focus on a disadvantaged group to implement this policy. Then government should ensure gender balance in the admission and enhance access to the education. So they are looking for equal rights to the girl child, and she should have a right to take a education. It should conduct outreach on higher education opportunities and scholarships. It should also support to develop technology tools for better participation and outcomes. Then National Higher Education Regulatory Authority will develop, which would be a single regulatory body for all institutions. The regulation based on accreditation would be focusing on basic norms, disclosures, governance, and outcomes by the National Accreditation Authority, NAA. General Education Council will set up expected learning outcomes checked by them for the higher education programs. Then National Higher Education Qualification Framework will be implemented. Framework will be implemented, and this is the institute can reach out for the support to the both institute level or development level. And higher education grant commission, HEGC, will be responsible for the funding to the institutes and financing of higher education, expanding quality programs based on transparent process. And we have to give the institute development plan to take care of our views in this area. Then commercialization of higher education will be curbed, and that will be removed from the system, and the norms for education institute will be refined by the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. Public and private higher education institutes will be treated on par by the government. So your institute might be public or private, the rights for the both institute will be same. So as a community, as an institute, what is our responsibility? So responsibility as an institutional, we have to have the institutional development plan to implement national education policy, to consider increased participation of socially disadvantaged group, and mitigate fee structure also to give them more education, inclusive admission process and curriculum to be followed. Then institute should strive to increase employability potential of the students. They have to create the students with the skill based to appear for the placement activity. They have to develop more degree courses in Indian language, are bilingual in nature, and also develop bridge courses for the student for disadvantaged education background. So bilingual, if a student is not comfortable to understand English, so mother tongue language should be there to understand what exactly contents are there inside the subject. The institute should have disabled friendly infrastructure. There should be provision of providing counseling and monitoring programs. Even institute need to have the board of governance will accountable for higher education institute outcomes. So regular checkings, reviews and everything they have to maintain. Then board of governance is responsible for meeting all regulatory guidelines mandated by National Education Regulatory Authority, and is also responsible for preparation and implementation of institutional development plan. So you have to prepare one committee which will work on this area. Then this committee will give you the institutional development plan, and we have to see how we will initiate to assess the progress, reach and goal, and its basis for the public funding also. So this education policy will execute till the 2040. So in that it will start in 2021. So by 2025, maximum number of colleges affiliated by university shall not be exceed 300. So in single university, more than 300 affiliated colleges will not be there. By 2030, gross enrollment ratio in higher education increased by 26.3% to 50%. So enrollment, if a particular village is having 500 children, they need to go for education, but out of that only 200 students are enrolled for education system. So by 2030, government is looking for the at least 50% increase. So mostly by 40, they are expecting 100% enrollment. So Sakshar Bharat concept they have to see. Then by 2035, phasing out of the system of affiliated colleges shall secure accreditation and become autonomous degree granting colleges only. And last of 2040, all higher education institutes shall become a multidisciplinary institutes and further increase student strengths. So this is the most important in the national education policy. So if you want to go within a detail, we will discuss later. You can put your questions. If you want any kind of clarification from my side, I am there to give. So keeping the transformation in a view, I urge the backbone of our education system, all teachers, that in line with the national education policy and the needs and the demands of 21st century. And it is very essential that the digital resources are appropriately intervened in the teaching learning process with a focus on a process of knowledge creation. So a teacher who is very comfortable with the technical expertise is able to take a lot of challenges and become a good teacher in this scenario. So combination of conceptual, practical, personal and social skill will be needed by the teachers, and for transforming India, this is very important. Bharat and re-emerge as a Vishwa Guru. That intention Dr. Narendra Modi is having, which we have to fulfill, because teacher is the main focused area in the education system, because they are creating the futures. So, I'm ending my talk with the quote given by Benjamin Disraeli. He said, "The secret of success is to be ready when your opportunity comes." Okay, so for Indian teacher, time has to come to seize the opportunity and become makers of their own destiny. To do this, dream and work hard to achieve your dreams. So become an aware, enthusiastic, and empowered practitioner. You have to work hard, share your ideas, grow by experimenting and researching it. So gain insight also from the thoughts, beliefs, and experiences of your peer practitioners. So strong networking is required. So only work in your institute will not give you more benefits. So you have to come out of it and you have to build the networking for that. Enjoy your journey by forging beautiful relationship with the generation of learners, that is your students, who transitions through your classroom and remain in a lifelong learners. So I am taking your leave and completing my talk here. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your elaborate explanation of national education policy. We know that it's a very vast topic, but you tried to cover it in a very short time. I hope everybody got good highlights of the new education policy, which has so many new characteristics like equity, equality, affordability, and accountability. And as said by Madam, it is based on holistic development of an individual. So if anyone has any question, we can go for it. Otherwise, we can move on for the second technical session. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sparing time. Let's move on to the next technical session. I would like to invite Professor K.C. Patil to introduce the speaker for the second session, Professor Dr. Santosh Bobre, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Is Kultan audible?
So welcome to technical session, second technical session. Now our second speaker is Professor Dr. Santosh M. Bobre. I am here to introduce him. He is a professor, Department of Physics, JP University of Engineering and Technology, Pune. He did PhD in Metallurgical Engineering and Material Science from IIT Bombay and doctorate thesis in the area of composite electrolytes. He has a postdoctoral experience in electronic devices, extensive experience in X-ray diffraction and data analysis by Rietveld method, and also experience in impedance spectroscopy in the area of ferroelectric materials and electrolytes. He worked as a postdoctoral fellow at BK21, Sangakyun Kwan University, Suwon, South Korea. He also worked at Hang University, South Korea, as a postdoctoral fellow. In addition to this, he also worked Songang University, Seoul, South Korea. He has 10 years of teaching experience and 11-year research experience. He has guided 3 students, and 3 students has completed PhD under the guidance of
All right. Thank you, Kundan, for short and brief introduction. And we had a nice talk by Professor Mahajan, and she touched most of the aspect of our new education system. So it was a quite very interesting lectures. And I would say you guys should now ready to have a little boring lecture, because it's a kind of, a little boring subject as well, because it's a new topic, not really new, it's a kind of very relevant. You guys know what I'm going to talk about. But yes, if you enter into detail of this topic, then it becomes a little boring. So let's get ready for a little boring session. So I'm going to present some of the most important aspect of in the area of display technology. And I've oriented my presentation in such a manner that anybody can start doing some work or kind of research work in the area of oxide semiconductors and its application for transparent electronics. So that's how I channelize my presentation, so that everybody can get a feel of subject. So what exactly happening in our country? That's very important. Recently, there are a lot of development coming up. In newspaper, you can go through a recent news by Tata Group specifically. You might have heard Tata has hired a top Intel chief executive who joins Tata firm as a director on development of business in semiconductor area. Another step, Tata take another step toward the semiconductor business. It was published on 13th of August 2021. Tata Group enters, is looking to enter into semiconductor manufacturing business. That's a very important statement, because Chandrasekhar, probably he's the CEO of Tata Group. And one more important news, that Tata Group is to set up 300 million semiconductor assembly unit, and in talks with 3 states. So most likely some of the states may get semiconductor assembly unit. And the very important policy that has come up in a recent time, government has notified a new semiconductor policy. Under that policy, government is going to invest something like 76,000 crore rupees in the semiconductor industries. They are going to give some share, or to begin with the foundries or semiconductor business or manufacturing of semiconductor business. So these kind of developments are taking place in our country. That's a good opportunity for various students, various researchers, particularly in semiconductor area. So we should get ready to a change that is going to happen in next decade or so. So whatever we are going to do in terms of research, if you can contribute in this area, that may give you more satisfaction. You may find some relevance in the development of industrial products or some kind of chips or some devices as well. So that way, we are looking forward to have some semiconductor manufacturing units in our country, specifically within a couple of years, not too long. Within 2-3 years of time, you'll find made in India chips, maybe basic gates, circuitry, controllers, maybe a microprocessor. You may find some of that kind of business will grow in our country in coming times. So that's the good news for us. So going back to the display technology and silicon-based devices, that's the important topic for us, because this is what we are going to discuss in little detail. So if you can read the screen, I hope screen is completely visible and you can read that, So In 19th century, late 19th century, a botanist, Austrian botanist, discovered intermediate state of the matter between isotropic liquid and lattice structure crystal. And it took 100 years of time to develop the certain technology based on that discovery. So the development of twisted pneumatics and super twisted pneumatics, I'll just explain what exactly it is. But this kind of technology came into existence in late 1970s and early 1980s. And now we know it's LCD industries. Earlier days, a subsequent development of thin film transistors again boost up that technology. And now we have everywhere you go to any office, any home, you'll find a LCD TV or some kind of device which is using actually LCD, TFT LCD technology. So that is the impact of this technology. So what is that important about this technology, and some of the kind of milestone that has taken place from 1990s to a present time. If you look at it, it was introduced in 1990s, occupied market primarily through notebook application, although CRT was dominating the market, right? So we have witnessed huge television sets at home, and now we have a very compact TV, too big, but it's very compact. Then 1997, plasma display pioneered large area flat panel display market. And people used to think that LCD will actually keep on dominating the market as far as the mobile devices are concerned, and CRT will keep on dominating the market as far as the television markets are concerned. But that proved very wrong, and now we know everywhere we are actually using LCD technology. And the recent development, if you look at it, we have got OLED as well. Okay, OLED as well. I'll just explain what has happened to LCD and what is the difference between LCD and OLED. So these are the kind of milestones that has happened over the period of 20-25 times. And something is happening in our country as well now. Some changes are taking place in the industrial zone. So we, as researchers, we as academicians, we should again prepare ourselves to contribute in the development of such a huge industry. So very much now you guys know what is LCD in fact, because we have a television set. Everybody is having a television set and they are fabricated. We know the problems, we know the advantages, and every technological evolution takes place that has certain merits and demerits as well. CRT we use. CRT had a problem of power consumption, huge power consumption, and LCD has extremely low power consumption if you consider them in relative manner. But if you look at the CRT viewing angle, you can sit at any corner of your room and still watch any program on the television. But if you look at this LCD technology, you have to sit in a very tight manner, because if you little go away from the screen, axis of the screen, then quality of your image get actually degraded and you may not be able to see it properly. So viewing angle problem is associated with actually this LCD technology still. And still people are trying to improve that. But I don't think it will be matching a viewing angle quality of CRT, because there are a couple of limitations as well. But yes, any technology that emerges or going to emerge, it has a lot of impact on academia, research, society altogether. So there are certain areas that are going to open for development. What kind of areas going to open in our country because of some new semiconductor policies and involvement of a bigger group in the semiconductor business that is going to drive research in the particularly material science and physics for next decades or maybe a couple of decades. So I present here a simple schematic structure of LCD, what we have in general, we have a backlight, right? Then we have a polarizer, all right? Then we have, filters. I'm just giving it in a second figure. You can see what are the filters: red, green, and blue. RGB, that is the meaning of RGB. Then we have a panel on which we fabricate a active matrix display unit, which is composed of, a transistor, in fact, TFT, and a transparent electrode. Okay, that's the pixel. And then later, the next layer, we have a LCD. LCD means liquid crystal display. Then we have our, a back electrode. Then we have a glass that actually allow light to reach to you. So what is the problem in this particular technology is we are actually using a polarizer, so light is polarized. Next, we have again a front polarizers. So obviously, whatever light you receive, that is the polarized light. So very obviously, whatever light source you have, intensity is going to degrade, and most of the power consumed by LCD panel or LCD displays is consumed by actually backlight. So a rough estimate is 60% of the power is actually consumed by backlight, and that's how advantage. But due to the polarization, we have a problem with the viewing angle. Okay, that's the second. The liquid crystal display, as I said, it has a certain viscosity. You have to reorient that liquid crystal display, liquid crystal, such that backlight can pass through it, and that is how it takes a little longer time to respond. So we have got a problem of response time as well. So we'll discuss those parameters in detail as well. But that is how a general structure of your LCD display. Now, important factors that drive the change. I specifically drive the change, I said. So viewing angle, moving image quality, and response time. As I said, response time is very important because how much time it will take to display a particular image on the screen. And that is actually driven by the viscosity of the liquid crystal. Second important factor, where we are using an active matrix display unit, where we use, for every pixel, we use a transistor, thin film transistor. So again, switching time of that transistor, again, add up to this response time. So our electronic device should be faster. We should have a low viscosity of liquid crystal so that we can reorient or orient that liquid crystal in such a required manner, and light can easily pass through the app. Whatever image we have, that image can be displayed on the screen. So these are the kind of parameters that are very useful as far as LCD is concerned. Now, moving image quality, if you observe carefully your screen, if you are moving, some images are moving faster, then you find some blur behind that image. So that's the moving image quality. So what we have, what we need, in fact, a viewing angle that should be a little wider. Then moving image quality, that should be better, because there are so many technical things about it. But to improve that moving image quality, they introduce a black screen between two frames. So these are the kind of solutions available. And response time. This area particularly leads to the development of new material, because you need a kind of liquid crystal which has a lower viscosity and very specific dielectric anisotropy or anisotropy in your refractive index. Elastic constant, again, it is a property of material. So you have to have certain materials which can have this property, which actually boosts the development and reduce the response time, so that we can have a better image quality. So these are the kind of main factors, you would say. And this particular development this particular field is still open for development in material science. So we should have certain polymeric material which has a required property, has a low viscosity, better elastic constant, and T on and T off, they are time to switch on a pixel, time to switch off that pixel. If you look at this equation, this delta E, dielectric anisotropy, V applied and VTS, they are the potentials that you apply between two electrodes. And T off time, it has nothing to do with the applied voltage, but it has to do with certain material properties. So we could enter into development of such materials. So this field is still open to have better material. Now, when we actually fabricate this, TFT, the basic and backbone of any LCD panel or any LCD displays is actually having a TFT and pixel properly functionally working devices. And whole thing is driven by reducing the cost. Whole thing is driven by the reducing cost, better merit factors, all these, properties should be made. So we generally use three-step process. Commercially acceptable process is three-step process. The first step is to get, metal deposition, that is a gate contact. I'll show you a figure, what is exactly TFT. Then, this whole, processing of devices involve a lot of, processing, that is deposition of metal, lithography or patterning the gate contact, deposition of gate oxide, deposition of active region or semiconductor region. Again, you have to apply the lithography process, pattern drain and source, and pattern electrode, which actually you can say one of the electrode of your capacitor. One electrode is this one. We have electrode over here, and other electrode will be on the other glass. And between those two glasses, we have a liquid crystal, which is a dielectric material. So effectively, that particular region work as a capacitor. But light, whether you allow light to go through that capacitor, that is determined by the property of that liquid crystal. And the liquid property of that liquid crystal can be actually tuned by applying the potential difference. So this particular property, we are actually exploiting to develop the technology. So technology is there now, and we are just trying to understand. Anybody should be, able to conduct research in this area. I earlier said, I have channelized my presentation in such a manner that you can actually pick up the thread and start working in that area. That was my intention. So according to that, I have managed my presentation. So TFT, fabricating TFT is a three-step process. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Somebody
Yes,
is speaking. Is there any question?
Just a minute. Yes.
Any question? All right. So let me move. So gate metal deposition is a metal deposition. So you have to use some physical vapor phase deposition technique. There are so many. One of the cost effective is the DC sputtering. Okay. You can just go through the literature or some kind of standard books. You can find what is DC sputtering, how it works. Followed by lithographic process to pattern the gate contact. I'll show it how to do it. Then next step is to deposition gate oxide. Now here what we are actually using, you guys must be familiar with the MOSFET, metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. Okay, so gate oxide is exactly oxide that is sandwiched between semiconductor substrate and the metal contact. So that's the gate oxide. Active region here I am referring to the semiconductor, so you can call it a substrate. So you have to pattern the device as per your design. So patterning, again, the last step is actually patterning drain, source, and the pixel electrode. Okay, I have not mentioned here, but you have to pattern that as well. So I explained this, one of the lithographic process, what we actually do. So any substrate you take, it has certain impurities, maybe organic impurities, maybe inorganic impurities. You have to clean the substrate with deionized water, acetone, ethanol. We generally use this solvent to clean that substrate. So substrate can be glass, substrate can be silicon. You have all freedom to fabricate the device on any substrate. Make sure that your substrate, if you are actually using that substrate as part of that substrate as a active region, then it must be semiconducting. Otherwise, what you do is you can deposit active region on some substrate and then use that active region for fabricating the device. So cleaning substrate is the important step. You have to use the deionized water, acetone, ethanol. In a sequence, you should use this acetone or ethanol first, clean it, then use it again clean by deionized water. Make sure that pH of the deionized water is 7. That is the limitation. You have to follow it. Preparation, you have to remove the water moisture you have on that substrate because you already washed it. So most likely it should have certain water molecule on it, maybe reacted water molecule, or maybe you have to remove it. And if you just heat at 100 degrees Celsius, you can remove it. In general, 150 degrees Celsius temperature they actually go for. So general preparation, heating the substrate to remove any kind of moisture. You should make sure that your substrate is moisture free. Then the important step, the photoresist application. What is photoresist? We have two types of photoresist. One is a positive photoresist, and another one is a negative photoresist. What you do and how they react to the light. Okay. For example, if you expose the positive photoresist to the UV light, that becomes soluble in the developer. Developer is again a kind of chemical. You might have heard about developing the photos, right? हम लोग फोटो पहले तो फोटो आता था तो क्लिक करते थे, एक रील रहती थी, एंड देन जो स्टूडियो में काम करते थे वो सब उसको डेवलप करते थे. The same thing over here as well. So positive photoresist, they become soluble when they are exposed to light, and negative photoresist they become soluble when they are not exposed to this light. So that is the difference. So depending on your convenience, you can use NP or PPR, doesn't matter really. But according to that, you have to develop your pattern. Okay, pattern means the features. For example, gate features, whether you want to allow the light or expose the PR to the light, or unexposed area you want to remove. So that way, you have to select the pattern. So if you have a pattern where you should use a positive photoresist, then you can go for positive photoresist. If you have a pattern which can be developed or which can be used with a negative PR, negative photoresist, that is absolutely fine. So how do we do it? I mean, there is a processing steps. What we do it, we actually, it's a viscous solution. Okay, it's a viscous solution, it's an organic solution. We apply a film of this photoresist on the substrate by spin coating. Now, spin coating means you have got, a coating unit on which we have a wheel which is actually rotating about its axis with certain frequency or certain speed, you can say. You add few drops of your photoresist on that spinning substrate, and whole photoresist get actually spread on your substrate. So that is how we apply the photoresist on your substrate. Now, depending on the pattern or features of your device, whether you should allow light or you should stop light, that is determined by the property of resist. But I'm just elaborating this process using a simple feature. We have got a substrate, we have here a metal deposition, and this area is nothing but your mask. Okay, so I block this area over here. Okay, light is allowed to fall on this PR. It is a photoresist. Okay, it's a UV light. What happens when we actually pattern using positive photoresist and pattern using negative photoresist? You can see what part of the film is actually left behind after the whole process. In the first process where we have a positive photoresist, you are actually losing the central part. So light exposed area becomes a soluble, so you can etch out this part. Okay, and photoresist layer will be available over here in this region. In this case, we have pattern using negative photoresist. You left with only a central part, and rest of the part will be actually removing after again processing, because it's a metal, so you can use certain chemical agent to remove this area. So depending on the photoresist, you can select what part of your film should remain on your substrate and what part of the film should actually be removed from the substrate. So it depends what kind of masks you have. Okay, so that way you can use the photoresist lithographic process in short to pattern out the device's electrode, active region, or many other things. So let's move forward. A basic part in general, instead of getting into detail of the device, first what happens and how to characterize those devices. You want to characterize finally a TFT, thin film transistor. So we should know how to approach the particular subject. And I'm quoting here simple example using a MOS type capacitor on a P-type silicon. P-type silicon means we have ordered two types of semiconductor, intrinsic and extrinsic. Intrinsic is a pure semiconductor and extrinsic is an impure semiconductor. An extrinsic semiconductor can be modified according to your requirement. It can be made a P-type by doping some trivalent impurities, or it can be made N-type where we have pentavalent impurities, for example, phosphorus or arsenic. To make P-type semiconductor, you can dope some kind of boron, nickel, or any other trivalent impurities. So that way you can tailor the property of semiconductor. And here a simple MOS capacitor, because this is the region that is going to determine the basic characteristic of device. So what is MOS? We have got a metal, M stand for metal. We have got an oxide layer that is very thin compared to your substrate thickness, and we have got a silicon substrate. So how to characterize what are the physical quantities that we should actually look for? So I have got, on this side, we have got a band diagram. Okay, this is a band diagram. So free electron level of all the material is always, same, whether it is metal, semiconductor, or insulator, and it should align properly. Okay, now metal has a work function. So any metal you go for, certain properties should be checked. You can go through some standard literature and find out in detail, but I am just elaborating what we should actually look for. So this is the work function of the metal. What is the work function? You can say, okay, energy difference between the E vacuum or free electron level and Fermi energy. That's the work function. That is how we define the work function of any metal. We have got second layer, that is the oxide layer. And oxide, silicon oxide particularly, has a huge band gap. And if you categorize in general materials, you can categorize materials in three different categories using their band gap energies. So metals have no band gap. Insulators, they have huge band gap. And intermediate band gap materials are actually semiconductors. And semiconductor band gap varies between 0.78 to it can be 3.2 electron volt. So those semiconductors which has a very high band gap compared to silicon or germanium and so on, these are called actually wide band gap materials. So all the texts kind of explanatory, and they carry usual textbook meaning. We have EI, that is the intrinsic Fermi energy level. Okay, intrinsic Fermi energy level at room temperature, it is lies exactly very close to the middle of the band gap. We have Fermi energy level, it moves depending on the kind of doping that you do in the substrate. If it is a P-type, Fermi energy actually very close to your valence band energy. And if it's the N-type energy, N-type semiconductor, then Fermi energy lies very close to the conduction band energy level. Band gap, it's EC by EV, that is EC minus EV, that is EG. And for silicon, it is 1.12 electron volt. Okay. And the difference between the Fermi energy, actual Fermi energy after doping or whatever you say, with respect to free electron level, that is called as actually electron affinity. You can call it as a work function of semiconductor as well. Really doesn't matter. What is expected that when we actually put this material together, their energy level or particularly Fermi energy level should align properly. Okay, at least spatially. So that is our expectation. And while doing that, you can, there is a chance of selecting proper metals as a metal contact, oxides or any other material as a gate oxide. required criteria should be met, because finally we are actually trying to fabricate a capacitor. That capacitor will change the property of your substrate depending on the applied voltage at the metal contact. What we need is, for example, if we have an NMOS type semiconductor, NMOS type device, what we need to do is we have to create a conducting channel between the drain and source. Okay, so we have to invert the substrate because we are using a P-type substrate. We have to develop the channel which can allow certain electron to move from drain to source or source to drain, depending on the polarity of voltage. So we need certain, this particular capacitor going to determine the characteristic of your device. So it is very important aspect of your device characterization. So first thing, to characterize your MOS capacitor. And by doing that, you have to select proper metal contact, proper doping level in your substrate, and insulators. It should not give you higher leakage current, so you have to think about the thickness of your oxide layer as well. A dielectric constant require capacitor, or that capacitor, whatever we are going to fabricate, that should be able to store right amount of charges. And capacity of that capacitor is always determined by the what you call permittivity of a dielectric constant of that material. It is again determined by the thickness of that material, or thickness of separation between two electrodes, and the area that we are talking about. Okay, so that's how all the physical parameters as well as material properties are involved in determining the characteristic of your device. So let's now move to the fundamental of mass. I just narrated what is the metal work function, energy difference between free electron levels and Fermi level. I told you. Since work function of semiconductors, from this figure you can find out. I'm using here Q phi s, that is the general notation that we follow. You can use energy E is equal to as well, doesn't really matter. But what happens when we actually discuss the device, we should always go for, we apply the potential. We don't apply generally energy. We don't consider its energy. You are going to use, or you are going to apply a 5 volt. Okay, so everything should be in that terms. But when we write it, it should be in terms of energy, because in this particular band diagram, if you look at it, every terms is being displayed in terms of energy. Energy difference, Fermi energy, or work function, it is again the energy difference. So that way we have transformed everything in terms of here energy. And phi s is nothing but the phi is the potential. This is also potential. This psi b is also potential. And we'll discuss this, what exactly psi b and phi s and this x. Metal work function is less than the silicon work function. Okay, metal work function is less than the silicon work function. The flat band condition is reached by applying the negative gate voltage. Okay, what is the flat band condition? When we actually put all your metal semiconductors with sandwich your oxide, then what is the difference between the phi s and phi m? Phi s and phi m, they are the work function of metal and semiconductor. That difference is called as actually flat band voltage. Okay, and when we have work function is less than the silicon work function, metal work function is less than the silicon work function, then we have flat band condition can be achieved by applying a negative gate voltage. So these are the kind of things that you will actually find in any book on the semiconductor particularly, or any kind of VLSI technology book. Now here I'm saying what I'm trying to focus on this psi. Psi is defined as a positive. We have used this psi b. Okay, so we have to define that psi. So psi b or psi is defined as a positive when bands bend downward. Okay, when band bends downward with respect to the bulk band energy level. So I'll just show you. This is the bulk energy level. If it moves downward, then it is considered the positive one. If it is this move upward, this is considered to be then negative. So with respect to the energy of your silicon substrate, a bulk one, so this band bending can be considered as a positive or negative with respect to that energy. Okay, that's all, nothing else. So accumulation occurs What is the accumulation then? Occurs when psi is negative, less than 0, and depletion and inversion occurs when psi is rather greater than 0. So these two things you have to consider. I have just provided you a schematic of a mass capacitor. On this side, we have a MOS capacitor on p-type silicon substrate and its band diagram, how band bending is taken place. And C is moving downward. So this is considered as a positive one, if you look at it. And here, for a comparative purpose, we have got a p-type substrate along this column, and we have got a n-type substrate. So what is the accumulation, inversion, and depletion region? You can go through it. This is actually VG is equal to 0 when gate potential is 0, or whatever potential that you apply on the metal contact in the MOS capacitor, that is 0. So what happens? You look at it, the Fermi energy level is aligned properly in this case. Okay. In this case as well, n-type Fermi energy level specially aligned properly. Okay. When we have a VG, it is less than 0. It is less than 0 in case of p-type. Accumulation taken place. What happens? Accumulation means what? We have a p-type substrate. Accumulation means you are actually moving all majority charge carrier towards the interface between the oxide and your substrate. So all the positive charges will move towards the interface. That's the accumulation of your charges. In case of n-type semiconductor, you see what happens. This is actually moving downward, and accumulation takes place. So now majority of charge carried in n-type substrate is actually electrons, and they will move towards the interface between the substrate and your oxide. And in this case, in case of p-type MOS, we have VG that should be less than 0. Negative potential should be applied to achieve the accumulation condition. And in n-type MOS, we should apply a positive gate potential to get accumulation region. So very likely what happens, the capacitance of this capacitor will change depending on the potential. We have oxide and we have these additional charges on the interface. So whether that capacitance or again the relaxation time of this charge carrier will determine in which frequency region, what kind of capacitance will dominate. So that can be again categorized or characterized. But right now you should go through this basic concept because it's a very important one to begin with the work in this area. You should know basic terminology of the technology or terms that are being used in the technical discussion. So depletion region, then you see, and then we have inversion region when gate is actually very much positive. When gate is actually in this case very much negative, we can invert the substrate. Invert means now in this case we have all the electrons in the p-type semiconductor, all minority charge carriers are actually moving towards the interface between the oxide and the substrate. All right, and band moves downward now. Okay, band bending, this IV. Okay, this is band bending potential with respect to this energy level EC, and you can find out whether it's negative or positive depending on the notion that we have already used. So, and in this case, it is an n-type semiconductor. Inversion will take place when we have all the positive charges at the interface. So depending on the substrate, and you can actually invert this characteristic of substrate by applying the potential. So whether if it is a p-type, then gate potential should be greater than 0 to invert the substrate. In case of n-type MOS, we should have gate potential less than 0. So you have to apply a negative potential to invert the substrate. Very likely, we are actually working with the, both the cases. When we invert the substrate, that means we are actually moving the minority charge carriers towards the interface between the substrate and oxide, or gate oxide rather you say. So if you write down everything in terms of the applied potential, MOS capacitance are defined as a small signal differential charge with respect to the voltage or potential. That's the definition of MOS capacitance. Okay, And what is it? VG minus VB. VG is the get potential. VFB is the flat band condition. I already told you what is VFB. It's a difference between the work function of metal work function and semiconductor work function. And that can be written as, this is also potential. You know that is V is equal to what? It's a charge in a substrate, and this COX is the capacitance. And this psi is again a bending potential, surface potential, in fact. So we have a balanced equation. And if we differentiate this equation with respect to minus QS, finally we get a small signal differential capacitance. Now, how do we measure it actually experimentally? That has to be discussed. Whenever we measure the capacitance of MOS capacitor, we actually apply the potential, or we try to modulate the signal, a DC signal, by applying a small AC signal. And that AC signal amplitude should not exceed a maximum limit. I can tell you that is 50 millivolt. Okay. And you know what is the meaning of that 50 millivolt. So 50 millivolt signal is modulated, or a combination of 50 millivolt with your applied potential. You find out the capacitance of this MOS structure and what kind of frequency that you are using. That will give you a characteristic capacitance of this MOS capacitor. And here we have a equivalent circuit of the MOS capacitor. So MOS capacitor, we have got a COX, and this is the substrate. Okay. This portion is basically what it indicates is in different region of frequency, what kind of capacitance will be adding to your COX. Okay, because we are developing additional charges at the interface. We have a majority of charge carriers at one time, and at other time we have a minority charge carriers. We have an accumulation, we have got an inversion as well. So at which frequency these actually charge carriers contribute, or concentration of charge carriers contribute to the capacitance. So we have here a low frequency capacitance region. So you get a CV curve something like this. If I am pointing out with my mouse cursor, you can see this. This is your low frequency CV characteristic, and this is your high frequency characteristic. When things are, your substrate is highly inverted, then we have got this capacitance in this region. This vertical line indicates the flat band condition. You see this is at 0. Okay, ideally, if your work function difference between the work function of your semiconductor and your metal contact that you are using is 0, then this vertical line should be aligned, or should be at exactly V is equal to 0. It is not really necessary every time we should have this flat band condition at the 0 potential. Okay, because there may be some difference between the work function of metal and work function of your semiconductor. So flat band condition, this condition can shift on positive or negative depending on the selection of the material. So this is typically, you can measure this capacitance by any LCR meter. Okay, you should have a DC power supply which can be simultaneously applied to the capacitor, at least in the range of 0 plus minus 10. Okay, plus minus 10, that is sufficient enough to find out the characteristic of any MOS capacitor. And frequency generator, you should have at least of few megahertz frequency. Okay, from 100 to few megahertz frequency. In that range, you can actually characterize your MOS capacitor in a very nice manner. You can find out flat band condition, what is the exact difference between the work function of metal and semiconductor, what is the capacitance of your MOS capacitor. Okay, so they have, you can find out minimum potential that is required to invert the substrate. Okay, if there are oxide traps, okay, if there are too many defects at the interface between the semiconductor and oxide, so then this flat band condition will shift, and you can actually find out even the defect concentration or defect density at the interface using the CV characteristic as by a simple measurement of your mass capacity. Now, this is all about the beginning of your MOSFET technology, you would say. Now we are focusing on thin film transistor. This is what exactly I was trying to tell you, what is the backbone of your LCD. We have this active matrix, okay, and every pixel has one transistor, one pixel electrode, okay. This is, this is connected to your decoder. This is the gate line, this is the signal electrode, okay. All gates are connected again on one side of your display. All these, gate lines, they are again connected to some encoders. So what happens when we switch on this transistor? Okay, when we switch on this transistor or switch off this transistor, depending on the transition state of your transistor, light will pass through your, that structure, or light will not pass. So whether that a pixel will be gray or dark or white, that is completely determined by this transistor. And you can, individual transistor can be switched on and switched off. That is the active matrix display configuration. Now look at this figure on the right hand side. This is actually a thin film transistor, okay, drain terminal, source terminal, and this is gate terminal. And here we have, a gate oxide and active region semiconductor. So what we do is, first step is to deposit the metal on your substrate, pattern on the gate terminal first. Okay, this is just a contact area. Actual gate is somewhere here. This is your width of your gate. So this is L and this is actually a W. Okay, because this L by W will come in or some mathematical equation. So I'm just elaborating this. This is the L. And this is your W, width of your drain or source terminal. Now what we do is, when we actually fabricate this device, we deposit a metal on the substrate, we pattern the gate. Once we pattern the gate, you deposit gate oxide, maybe silicon oxide, maybe silicon nitride, or there are so many high-K materials, HFO2, ZrO2, Al2O3, there are many. So one of them you can use. Thickness will be about 100 nanometer in this case. We have already reached to the point where we cannot really reduce the thickness of that oxide layer. Okay, right now, if you just go through some books or some recent literature, we are actually using a 22 nanometer node, 22 nanometer technology, and gate oxide thickness is about just a 4 nanometer. And we cannot really go beyond that, because whenever we deposit any thin film, what is the requirement? That thin film should be, or band structure of that thin film should be actually agreeing to your band structure of bulk material. So complete band structure formation is necessary to use those material in the form of thin films. And in VLSI technique, or in VLSI, what happens is silicon oxide is a gate oxide standard use. And we have already reached to that limit. If we further reduce the thickness, leakage current will exponentially grow and it can damage the device. And alternative, they have found that capacitance can be increased by adding different material with high dielectric constant or high permittivity. So that's how they found the solution as well. But I thought I should just quote what is the limit and what are the criteria. So every thin film material should form a bulk band structure. That is the requirement. Otherwise, we cannot really use that material. So our discussion, I restrict my discussion to this particular area, because I need to fabricate this device, this pixel electrode, because property of this electrode, property of this device will determine many merit factors of your TFT display. As I told you, applied voltage, if you recall that equation, T on and T off, they are actually T on particularly determined by the applied voltage. And here we have a role actually this thin film transistor play, because thin film transistor's potential at this terminal will be determined by switching on this device or switching off this device. So we have to find out device, we have to fabricate device, keeping in mind that the potential at this terminal is sufficient enough to switch on or to rotate that particular liquid crystal as per our requirement. So that is the PRAG. Now let's get back to what are the merit factors. I mean, you have to decide whether the fabricated device is properly working for you or not. Okay, whether that device can be really useful to use this for this particular application. So what we do is we generally find out the VTH. VTH is, you know, it's a threshold potential. It's a threshold voltage of any MOS devices or any thin film transistor. VGS is gate to source voltage. I said W and L. W is the width of the drain and L is the distance between that drain and source. So you can call it pitch as well. COX is the capacitance of your gate oxide, and this mu F is the effective mobility of the charge carrier. Okay. This particular equation we generally use to characterize the device. You can find this equation in a standard book. And this is the next equation gives us the sub-threshold swing, you call it, or sub-threshold sold. What we do is we apply certain gate voltage, we find out the input and output characteristic of the device. Okay. The first step is get the input characteristic of our device at lowest possible VDS voltage. Okay. So in general, it is generally put it at some 0.5 volt, sometime at 1 volt. So drain is maintained at lowest possible 0.5 volt, and you apply gate voltage to your transistor, and you measure drain to source current as a function of applied gate voltage. That is your input characteristic. Okay, then you analyze it. The non-linear region, you know what is it, and we have got a linear region. To extrapolate that linear region, the line that will intersect your x-axis, at that point you can find out the potential, that is the threshold potential. So you have to draw a tangent to the linear region for the input characteristic of your device. Then you find out the slope. Okay, what is it? Now, what is the difference? I mean, this is little different terminology that I'm using here. Log of 10 IDS. Okay, this particular factor determines how fast you can switch on the transistor. Okay, how fast you can switch on the transistor, and it should be steep. So it should be rather greater. It should be higher the better. And from this equation, you can find out the field effect mobility of your charge carrier and so on, threshold voltage and field effect mobility. So let me tell you what are the merit factors. A very important factor whenever you characterize thin film transistor. First one is the field effect mobility, that is directly determined. It's a property of material, but again, you can determine that property by simple measurement, IDS, VGS curve, or input characteristic. You can calculate the threshold voltage. Of course, you should have W and L. And W and L, you know, when you actually make a pattern of your device, you know what is W and what is L. So using this simple relation, you can find out the two properties, threshold voltage and field effect mobility. This field effect mobility is nothing but the mobility of your charge carriers. And this factor gives us how device respond to your applied gate to source potential. It should be fast enough. Switching should be fast enough. And therefore, if you look at it, this inverse, so higher the better. Now, what is the problem with the silicon? We have got a silicon, you know, it's a CMOS technology that is driving the change. And in a CMOS technology, we use actually P-type substrate. Okay, P-type substrate. Very specifically, it is 100 oriented substrate. CMOS is complementary metal oxide semiconductor. That is the meaning. So you can simultaneously fabricate PMOS and NMOS. That is the whole idea. Now these devices actually work in two different modes, enhancement mode and depletion mode. So normally off, enhancement mode, device is normally off when VGS is 0, and depletion mode, these devices are actually on when VGS even equal to 0. So what we want, we want lowest power consumption, then our device, when it is not in use, it should be switched off mode. So we prefer actually enhancement mode of the thin film transistor. And final objective is to lower the power consumption. Now, what are the issue with the silicon? Why can't we actually use silicon? Earlier days, we used to use actually silicon to fabricate the thin film transistor. But there were so many issues, you know, deposition of silicon on large panel, because when we actually use the LCD technology, a screen size is too big, right? It is not a simple 4-inch or 6-inch or 12-inch technology substrate. We may have 3 feet, 4 feet kind of substrate in length and width, and deposition of silicon on a large panel is kind of little costly business. That's why we have to find out some alternative. I'll tell you why. Because deposition techniques gives us certain advantages and certain disadvantages. Okay, if you are fabricating this device or whole panel active matrix for your LCD on a silicon, then silicon is not a transparent. We have to allow backlight to pass through the whole sequence of panels. So silicon is not transparent, so we cannot really use this. So only thing is, then we have to use silicon just for a device. Second problem is, we cannot really deposit silicon on large panels because it will increase the cost of the production. What happens to the property? It's a mobility degradation. Mobility of silicon in a monolithic silicon or a silicon crystal, it is about 1400 unit. Okay, I told you what is the unit of the mobility. Uniformity of the properties of silicon, that is the most important, because you cannot afford to have some damaged devices on the panel. Okay, so deposition rate, uniformity in deposition, that means thickness of your silicon at every corner of your substrate. Property of that silicon, again, band gap or any other property you take, that should be uniform on anywhere you go on your panel. We should have mobility, we should be similar to the kind of bulk mobility. Then cost of fabrication must be low. In this case, what happens when we actually use silicon? Mobility degrade downs. I have those numbers as well. Properties are not uniform. And if you compare the numbers, silicon crystalline form, we have about 1400 centimeter square volt inverse and second inverse mobility, or centimeter square per volt per second. That's the value of mobility, electron mobility. In a polycrystalline silicon, that degrades down to 200 to 300. That is again determined by the deposition condition and various factors. And in case of amorphous silicon, we have what a mobility that is in the range of 2 to 5 into 10 to the power minus 2. I forget to put a bracket around this 2 and 5. So it is 2 into 10 to the power minus 2 to 5 into 10 to the power minus 2. In that range, electron mobility of electron is amorphous silicon. Now, what is the difference? Difference is, we are just trying to deposit silicon on the larger surface area, and that is how mobility degradation takes place. And if you remember, or if you recall the equation, mobility is determined, or field effect mobility is determined by what? Okay, or that determines the characteristic of your device. So we should have higher mobility to have better S. S is subthreshold swing, because it will determine your switching time of the device. All right, so this is the mobility of the electron. You can call this actually Hall mobility. You can measure those. Now, field effect mobility. This is the value. These are the values of mobility when you actually use the device. Okay. So polycrystalline mobility, we have got in the range of 50 to 100, and amorphous silicon, when you actually employ your amorphous silicon in the form of thin film transistor or for thin film transistor, field defect mobility again degrade down to 1. And that is actually a very poor value. So what are the different or other factors that determines the characteristic of device? So I quote here trap density. What is trap density? Is a defect density at the interface, which can again modify the characteristic of your device. Oxygen diffusion in the active area, because if we are using oxide and we have a silicon here and on the other side we have metal, so oxygen partial pressure or oxygen concentration in oxide is more compared to your metal and silicon. So few oxygen ion will try to diffuse in the silicon and metal oxide, that will create some interfacial layer, and obviously it will increase the defect density. And these two factors which actually affect your leakage current as well. So we have what alternative? We should use high-K material to minimize this. What is the important message in this case? We should have a compatibility between the substrate or your silicon, you can in this case, and your oxide. And therefore silicon and silicon oxide combination is more favorable, because the interface that forms provides you the lowest concentration of defect density. So these are the kind of merit factors. Now why semiconductor? Where does the oxide semiconductor come into existence or come into our discussion? Now some of the advantages of oxide semiconductors: mobility of electron in oxide ion semiconductor, processing and deposition on large substrate, cost per unit, uniformity of properties on large substrate. What I said, the kind of limitations that were posed by silicon, those limitations can be overcome by oxide ion semiconductor. Second, compatibility between the substrate and your gate oxide will be much better, because we have on both sides we have got oxide, a gate oxide and semiconductor oxide as well. So it can actually improve the trap density or defect density at the interface as well. Second, deposition of oxide on the large panels, okay, on the large panel is quite possible and cost effective as well, because you don't have to use any sophisticated methods to deposit the oxide on any substrate. It can be just done by simple RF sputtering. Simple RF sputtering. Okay, you don't have to use CVD, PVD, or there are other processes, ALD, all those processes. One more important advantage, even oxide semiconductor in amorphous form can give you better mobility. And that is the advantage of using semiconductor oxides as for particularly this application. So let us see what it is. Why oxide semiconductors? In 2004, there were so many oxide semiconductors actually, from zinc oxide, indium oxide, gallium oxide. They are all oxide conductors. But in 2004, indium, gallium, zinc oxide, okay, indium, gallium, zinc oxide, some researcher from Japan, they propose this oxide can be better oxide for this particular application, because certain properties and various various industries actually accepted commercially. You look at it, transparent flexible TFT, that means we are actually fabricating device on the transparent or polymeric film. Flexible black and white e-paper, they have demonstrated use of this oxygen ions, oxide semiconductor for this application as well. If you look at this, all these applications, okay, on flexible display. So these kind of things are possible using oxide semiconductor. You cannot, possibly you cannot implement this kind of application using silicon, because you have to crystallize this silicon. Whatever you deposit, that will be in amorphous form, and mobility of silicon in amorphous form is very, very low. And in that case, switching characteristic of our TFT will be extremely poor. And therefore, what we have is actually oxide semiconductors. Oxide, even if you use in amorphous form, they give you better field effect mobility. Cost of deposition is extremely low relative to your silicon. Thermal budget for even crystallizing, okay, even having a polycrystalline oxide is low compared to silicon. What are the merit factors? We have already discussed that, but as far as this oxygen oxide semiconductor is concerned, large saturation mobility, we have about 11.8, okay, centimeter square plus per volt per second. That is quite high compared to your silicon. Small subthreshold swing, approximately 0.1 volt per decade. Here I have removed that -1, therefore small subthreshold swing. If it is small, then whatever formula earlier we used, that will be very high. Low operation voltage, that is very much acceptable or desirable in any kind of technology because it will reduce our power consumption. If you look at the advantages, already we have discussed those advantages, but let us go one by one in a short time. The mobility is larger than the amorphous silicon, even though if you use hydrogenated silicon, because hydrogenated silicon can reduce the defect density at the interface between two grains or grain boundary region. So that's why people use hydrogenated amorphous silicon as well. But still, mobility is larger than that. The S value is several times smaller. S value is several times smaller than relative to your silicon TFT. So here we have amorphous oxygen semiconductor TFT may be fabricated on flexible plastics. So in the future, you may find foldable displays. You can carry that display in your pocket or hold device in your pocket. You can just fold as the way you want. So that is going to be a possibility again due to oxide ion semiconductors or oxide semiconductors. So operates with a satisfactory performance even if it's fabricated at the room temperatures. So look at it, a kind of thermal budget is going to reduce relative to silicon technology. So we can fabricate device at the room temperature as well. So it will reduce the cost of fabrication, and very likely it will reduce the price or cost of the product as well, final product as well. So a couple of things. Again, low processing temperature, wide processing temperature window. We can use any kind of substrate. You want to use glass, fine. You can use a higher temperature for crystallizing or making substrate polycrystalline. If you want to keep it as amorphous, then it can be fabricated at room temperature. So we have got a larger or wide temperature range window. Large electron mobility, that is the plus point of oxide semiconductor. Okay, 10 to the power 10 centimeter square per volt per second. My own paper actually, I published that paper in some journal. That was about 11.2. Okay, for this mobility. So kind of things possible with the oxide semiconductor. I think these are the kind of known gate oxides. Okay, these are the kind of known and well-studied gate oxide I very specifically mentioned over here. So you can just go through the literature. You'll find these oxides, their properties, and so on. I think with this, I think I have introduced the subject, and I wish if you have any question regarding this, you are most welcome. Kundan, are you there? So thank you very much for thank you very much for Should I unmute myself?
Thank you so
I
much,
would
sir.
like to ask you,
Yeah, go ahead. आवाज नहीं आ रही बाबा. Any question, any queries about this?
Dr. Santosh?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, Professor Kundan Patil wants to ask a question to
Are you
you.
getting me?
Yeah. Go ahead, ask your question.
Sir, if one wants to care,
Kundan, you are not audible.
please join.
Sir, he wants to ask that if a student
Hello.
want to join your work or the work in your field,
Okay.
so what is the procedure for that? And
See,
how should he approach you?
I am going to upload this whole presentation on my site. I think first slide I mentioned the address of my site. See,
Sir, my
HTTP.
question is,
Yes.
if a student wants to join this area, this
Student wants to join this area, okay?
Okay, there's a time lag, so that's why now you are hearing the voice.
I'm not able to hear him.
So please continue with your answer.
Okay. I did not get his question properly. He probably wants how student can approach me, right?
Yeah.
If he wants to continue in this field, how they should approach me. See, I am going to put this presentation, my whole presentation on my website. Okay. They can send me email. They can talk to me. Kundan has my phone number as well.
Okay.
And whatever guidance they need to
Yes, sir.
Actually begin with this field, I'll be very happy to provide them. That's not the big issue. They can call me, they can send me email, they can talk to me at any point of time. Kundan is.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Any more question? If any audience from audience. So I hope I introduced the subject rightly, and thank you very much for your time. And thanks a lot, Kundan, for providing me this opportunity to present myself before this student.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving your excellent presentation on oxide semiconductors for transparent electronic devices and their applications.
Yeah.
I hope that the participants got an idea of why these oxide semiconductors, they are important or as compared to the normal semiconductors.
Yeah.
And what are the possible research areas in this field. And
Yes.
I hope many of the students after their MSc will also join here.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, sir, for sparing time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Should I take a leave now? Kundan?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We just have a vote of thanks now.
Yeah.
Just a minute. कौन सा बराबर था ना रिज्यूम में तो क्या था So this is the organizing committee of Department of Physics. I thanks all the members of the physics department for making this a great event. Let me now invite Assistant Professor Mr. G.P. Save sir for presenting the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone, to the one and all present here. Honorable Secretary Dr. Ashabhau Jutode sir, Chanda Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Chandrapur. Respected Chairperson, Principal Dr. M. Subhash sir, respected Resource Person Dr. Kirti Mahajan ma'am and Dr. Santosh Bobde sir, IQAC Coordinator Dr. Beg ma'am, Vice Principal, Science Faculty, and Head of Department, Dr. K.C. Patil, sir, and all the participants. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all dignitaries. On behalf of the Department of Physics, Janta Mahavidyalaya Chandrapur, I Giridhar Save, Assistant Professor, Department of Physics, extend a warm welcome to the academic wizards in the gathering. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates to make this e-seminar a great success. I convey my heartiest thanks to Honorable Dr. Ashok Bhau Jitode sir, Secretary Chanda Shikshan Prasarak Mandal for his encouragement and kind support. Thank you, sir. I express my special thanks to our principal, Dr. M. Subhas sir, for providing immense support to make this national seminar successful. I extend my gratitude to our respected resource person, Dr. Kirti Mahajan ma'am and Dr. Santosh Bobde sir, to take out time from his busy schedule to grace the event, and thank you for inspiring and encouraging us with your valuable, informative, and excellent presentation on this special day. I would like to thank IQAC coordinator and convener of seminar, Dr. Beg ma'am, for her support and guidance. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my gratitude to Dr. K.C. Patil sir, Vice Principal of Science Faculty and Head of Department, to organize national seminar and making this program successful. Thank you, sir. I am very happy to express my vote of thanks to organizing team, supporter, teaching and non-teaching staff for working hard to make this national e-seminar successful. Thank you everyone for making it a great success. Now, I declare that today's seminar is concluded with permission of chairperson. Thank you, sir. फीडबैक फॉर्म जो है वो कल आएगा सबके टेलीग्राम पे, टेलीग्राम जो ग्रुप है उस पे फीडबैक फॉर्म आएगा, वहां से आपको फीडबैक फॉर्म फिलअप करना है और सर्टिफिकेट मिलेंगे आप सबको। थैंक यू।